Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down in Crypto TA. And yeah, we've been holding out here since yesterday. I did an early stream yesterday. I did not manage to come back on and do the second stream I said I was going to do yesterday. Please forgive me. Don't hold it over my head. But we have been holding our lows and our zones since we got that drop yesterday. 4 hour is still trying to, I don't know what's happening right now. It's trying to ration itself out to get that move back up to back test the lows there, but it's just taking a little bit of time here. So Bitcoin is just sitting in here. It's just been being bonging in between the range all day yesterday and just starting to peek its little head out of here again. But the resistance in here, is grappling with it. But at least for now, we can say that we're holding the highs in here. Just kind of back testing this breakout zone in here. So that's a plus for now. Back over here on stablecoin USDT. As I said to you yesterday, I could see that we had hit the resistance in here. So we could look forward to that 4 hour bounce, but again, USD stablecoin has also been doing the same thing in here, where it's just been being bonging around within the zone, just starting to try to peek its little head out of here again. It's been a wild one. It's been a wild one, to say the least. I've looked at some of the altcoins as well, and everything is basically the same in here. The only thing, I've been playing this little Aster. That has been one that has been moving pretty decently. So I've been playing that a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, all we know right now is that we are at resistance in here. USDT dominance still chopping about around the 20 SMA. I have it on the 1 hour time frame right now, but I keep telling you to make sure you zoom out and you look at this one right here, because when you look at the monthly time frame, you really had not deviated far from that 20 SMA. And as long as we're close to it, we're at risk of price reclaiming above it here and getting a pushback up. So I don't necessarily think that the top is in, but none of us know, right? We don't know for sure if it is or not. We haven't broken any structure to say that it is, but I'm still looking for another leg up here on Bitcoin, at least going into next month. Just patience, to be honest with you. I mean, that's about all we have right now. Some patience. Ethereum dominance. I haven't actually marked out any additional levels in here. I'm pretty sure all of this over here has changed since then. I don't think we ever tapped this one, so I can still use this one. But I mean, we knew that we was at resistance in here for Ethereum dominance at the moment, but we can still expect some sort of a bounce to come out of this. Just patience here again. Patience here again. And then, all right, yep. So all of this right here from the weekend, what I looked at, yep, that's maintaining as the low. We're trying to get above this this previous high over here. So that's holding up our altcoins at the moment. So altcoins should be looking like this. Majority of them are going to be looking like this right now. And I'm still looking for price to come back up here, back test this low. And some of them will come up a little bit higher in here, between here and here. But not really. Nothing has changed since yesterday. I don't believe that we have anything today. Let me take a look and see if we have anything. Yeah, we have flash manufacturing today. We also have Fed Chair Powell speaking. So the market could be holding out for whatever this conversation is going to be about. So that's going to be at 12:35 for Fed Chair Powell speaking, and then our flash manufacturing is going to be at 9:45 today. So yeah, so we have a little bit of data today. Let me see what we have going through the week. Yeah, we have a couple of things coming in between today up to Friday. So those are things that could affect the market or bring in some additional volatility. But like I said, for now, we're holding in here. If I zoom out, you can see it a little bit better here. Our neckline here. That's just what we are holding, and we're not seeing a break below that right here. Tap, tap, tap. So we're looking okay. We're looking okay for now. Pretty good support in here. I did show you yesterday though how we did break the trend regression line in here, but we're still pretty close to the 20 SMA in here. MACD is still above the zero line, even though the delta taking a bit of a cool off. Yeah, we can still whip this thing back up. We honestly can. We can still bounce up from here. And although I'm looking at this neckline in here, we could still potentially whip this thing back up. And then all of your YouTubers will say we're bullish again. We're back. Because that's how it goes. Still will be looking for this at some point. I still think that that's possible at some point, just to fill in that CME gap and back test our 60 EMA on our weekly time frame. So that is still, this is still on the table as we continue to move within here. That's still on the table. But other than that, we're okay. We're okay, people. We're okay. I'm gonna take a look at the altcoins a little bit. Let's see. And kick it off of XRP as usual. All right, so we got XRP here. I think we saw this yesterday already, where it did drop down, fulfill the measure move. Just like I said, it looks exactly like Total 2. You know, where everything had pretty much had this, and then it got the drop down for the measured move down here. And I mean, we're trying to bounce up. We look a little flaggy. Ascending, which typically breaks back down again. So maybe we double bottom or something like that in here. But aside from that, I do see us getting back up here to possibly back test the neckline again. Things haven't changed, so I'll be looking for the same thing. Up, I'll be looking for the back test in here, potentially probably coming back up here into the momentum line. And if not, and we fell on a back test of our support level here at 274, or just a low down here, then I will be looking down here around 260 to 238 here for XRP. But wrestling with these highs over here again, everything looks the same in here. So if you see it looking like this, you can gauge off of your total 2. Solana, our first trend line in here. Sorry for the noise. Still working out the kinks in here. As I can see, I'm still working out the kinks in here. Now Solana didn't make its way all the way down here to this low just yet, so it still could potentially do that, because I have seen some where they did double tap down into here, such as Pump. I know that Pump did that. I'm gonna come across that chart here in a little bit, but Pump did do that. So we tap back into this trend line here for starters, and now we're just underneath this one. So if Solana does push down again, I will still be looking at that 207, because we haven't come into the zone just yet. That is pretty decent support in here. And although we're trying with the bull divs, we're putting in the bear divs still on our attempts to push up. So we haven't really done something like this just yet. We haven't really done that yet. You can see from here. So haven't really done that, and we really want to see that. So we don't have that just yet, because we're just going to put in bear deals on this big candle right here until we do see something like that. So Crow still holding below the range in here. I'm not even going to get into that one. It's going to be no bueno for us. Sui, I still think, can drop significantly, but if it's doing what the rest of the market is doing, then it would continue to hold the low in here. We look for it to push back up, possibly back here to about 363. If not, just coming back into the lows in here and rejecting, and then a continuation down, probably pushing deeper into this golden pocket 786 that we got the initial bounce from. But ultimately, I think it can still come down into here. Still spot accumulating on this one. I've made one accumulation on this one, and then my next 3 would come from here, and then my final one would be from here. If we do that, only if we do that. If not, then I just hang on to my one spot entry here for Sui and look for it to get the push up. BNB. I know we looked at this yesterday also. So if it's going to continue up, again, I'll be looking for that 1,150 to get hit here on our fib extension. We're coming back down. I'll be looking back here towards this golden pocket, but nice bounce for BNB off of that trend line. ADA still holding VWAP, not necessarily holding this range in here though, but still holding VWAP. ADA, again, I'd be looking at 78 to 72 here to the downside. Still no bull divs in here, so really no reason to really want to jump in unless you're trying to catch these lows down here, expecting for that continued consolidation in here, then that's okay. With VWAP, that will be fine. I would definitely be putting some tight stop losses on everything. And we already know, again, this is going to be a hurdle for ADA if it can push up. So 85.30, you possibly could look for a short right in there. I'm not interested in shorting the market. I would tell you where you might be able to take the short at, but I know I won't be taking any shorts in the market. Market is up way more than it's down, so right now just isn't a time for me to want to get short. But you could look for a short here. I have major resistance in here for ADA if you're interested in getting short on it. Hype, another one that held the low down here, 786. This doesn't look bad. Yeah, this is actually starting to look pretty good. I like this chart. That's a pretty good looking chart right here. Once it gets past this resistance, it might be of interest. I wouldn't try to take it as long as it's sitting too close to the resistance in here. I would let it come back in a little bit here before I would get interested in take or wait for it to break above resistance and then consider an entry on it. But this isn't a bad looking chart right here. So hype looks pretty good. Trying to get back above that 2-day. Which when we looked at this yesterday, it was still pointing upwards here on the yeah, it was still, posture is still up. It hasn't completely curved down, so this might make it right here. This might actually make it. Yeah, this doesn't look shabby at all. I would still probably only spot because you don't want to get caught up in the drama. But that's a pretty good looking chart there. Pump. I can delete some of these lines now for sure. So pump has basically just been holding here too, just ranging within the and that range is 59.06 to 55.73 here. Just basically been ranging in between here. If we do drop in a little bit more, I would say the golden pocket would be the it factor for it before it does get a bounce. I can see it has been really trying here on the 4-hour time frame. It's just been stagnant with we're getting that move out. This is relaxing even more here. So probably I like Pump's chart. It's been a doozy. It's been a hard one because people have been focusing on the new gems here. But this actually looks pretty nice in here. If you can catch it spot, then I would catch it spot and I would look for it to maintain within here. Or you can keep attempting from within this range right here for a push up. I would expect for it to at least come back up to here, which would be a nice return on it to get back up into here. You're going to have quite a bit of resistance on your way back up here on pump, but it's almost there. It's almost there. Still a pretty good amount of gray throughout here. If it comes anywhere back down here towards the 55.73, if it does something like that, then you can look to catch an entry through here with a type stop loss. And then lastly, it will be right in here where the golden pocket or where this this range right here is. I really would fall more on the range right here between 49 and 45 right here. I am actually in a pump position again. Because it's been dropping quite a bit. So I'm trying this one again. This one has basically held up really well, as it only came back down into the actual neckline. Well, it dropped below that, back down here towards this weekly level in here, but this one is still doing pretty well, holding on in here. Pendle. So as per yesterday, possibly coming back up here into 503. Yeah, possibly doing that, and then maybe a continuation down. It doesn't look bad though. It's a couple of ones in here I would say look decent enough to mess with. Yeah, for the most part, you're just looking at catching a lower high and potentially looking for short entries. Ugh. Hedera is back above VWAP right now. You can't really see it with that. But that blue line in here. So it's back above VWAP at the moment. But everything that looks like this, where it has like this cloud cover, probably won't break it. Probably come back up, test it, and then roll back over. Even though MACD looks pretty decent in here, that's what you get for the most part, just a lower high to back test the breakdown zones. So nothing really has changed in here for me to cover. So we basically look the same. Let me check. Near, okay. All right. Near looking good. So if you are looking to get long, this is a good looking chart. I didn't even look back at near again. Yep, cloud cover for sure though. This could be a short. Yeah, this could be a short zone here for near. And it wouldn't even change structure or anything right here on the daily time frame. So it wouldn't be something that you'd be looking to hold for a while. Nah, never mind. It looks pretty good. But there might be a short zone. There might be a short opportunity right here. I don't want to go through all of these charts. Undo, man. Every time it comes up into this daily zone right here, it just... And it was looking pretty decent at one point. This was looking good. Undo's gonna have bullish divs on this daily. For sure. Yeah. This actually looks good. You can't tell from the sell-off, but Undo actually looks pretty good. So continuation here for your daily. Even if this setup that we had, even if it comes back down here into this again, and you get stopped out of the original setup, that's a lot to give back. But Undo still looks prime here with the bull divs showing in the chart. So yeah, I like it. Let me get that out of here. So accumulation zone, as long as it's not taking out this low over here. Bull divvies in here for sure on Undo's daily chart. So Don't sleep on it. Let's see. Can't say you lost the daily. Again. You do have some nice coiling pressure in here on the 4-hour time frame. MACD Delta looks pretty good in here. Bear div on the highs in here though. So maybe this one continues down and actually back test here to the 7.8. Well, test the 786 and fulfill this entire move in here. You're pretty close to whatever resistance you're going to come into right now already. And getting back into this zone is kind of hard too, because yeah, getting back into this zone is kind of hard. So you want to push away from the resistance here on cost. So if you can catch it back down into here, at least, well, ooh. If you were doing a spot position, you could start from here and roll this over, because you're gonna get a bounce out of this. Anytime you have this pressure in here, you're gonna get a bounce out of it, especially if it's a good token. So you're gonna get a bounce out of it, even if it takes a little bit. If you spot this, then you'll be good for some sort of a nice correction back up. I wouldn't leverage on anything right now, but spot positions, I would tell you that this one is a good one right here. So cost seems to be a good one. I'm not gonna keep going through all of these. I'm gonna jump back over to Bitcoin. Ooh, AVAX. All right, I'm looking to take another long on Aster. Just an FYI. Since it is at support. AVAX looks nice. It is at resistance. It is looking like it could double top though. Aw. It is at resistance. I'm not saying you can get this out of it, because you more than likely won't get this out of it. Yeah, you won't get that out of it, but you are at resistance here. You're at your weekly high in here. You're coiling in here. That might be my best focus. There are coiling in here. So maybe you just come back down here and sweep this low. If you're doing more than sweeping the low, then I would just be looking somewhere back down into here, around this low in here for AVAX. Good looking chart, one of the better looking charts today. AVAX near, which means dot's probably not doing too crap. Well, I guess it is. I guess it is. How many days ago was that? The 19th, we hit the return. Once as long as dot stays above this trend line right here, there's room for continuation back up into here. Seems to be rejected in here pretty good around this range right here, but let me try to zoom out on this one a little bit more. This one is basically just chopping about the 20 SMA. Bear div, unfortunately. Bear div. So it just might come down and possibly come back, break this trend line right here and do about 363, possibly here for Polkadot, which would start to mess with the market structure if it does anything more than a liquidity sweep or closes below the this point in here. But there is a bear div on it on that weekly time frame, so not quite there yet, but working on it. I think this is going to be one of the better plays here in the market. I'm gonna jump back over here on Biddy. I know that I did not look at Ethereum just yet. I didn't even realize we hit this yesterday. I did not realize it. I know we talked about it potentially. This one right here, and this is really critical. Dang, I didn't even realize we hit it. Okay. And this was our line in the sand too, for the weekly time frame here. And this is just coming back into your let me just check over here. Yeah. This was just coming back into your 20 SMA here. So that's what this this setup right here was based on, just coming back into the 20 SMA. So I did not realize that we actually came back down and tapped into that, but we did. So this is supposed to be basically just coming back into the lows in here. But it is a starter position. So if it gets back above here, then as it is outlined here, if it gets back, no, yeah, actually, yeah, be all right if it gets back above here, back above that 13,926. That might have shifted a little bit, so I'm gonna have to go back and look at that, because that may have shifted a little bit. But yeah, it's in here. Cool beans. Maybe it comes back down here and tests it again or something like that. But yeah, definitely dang on tapped it. Because I know it didn't tap it when it did it right here. We front ran it, but yeah, definitely hit it. So, when this is done, when the market takes this out and is not able to reclaim back above it, that's where you're going to start looking for that 90 something $1,000 region. I know a lot of people have said that they don't think that it's going to go back below 100,000. I think that's ridiculous to say what it's not going to do, because clearly that has been a interest zone. Coming back into that 60 EMA on the weekly has been what it's done the last two times for the bounce up off of that, on that weekly chart. So I do think that that is a possibility. I don't think that that's something that should be dismissed. So in the event that price action does come back down here, starts back flirting with this level in here for the long, and it manages to break below it without a quick reclaim, then that could be a rollover heading into that, heading into this one. That could be a rollover that could start to push prices down into here. Had I been paying attention, I would have taken that. me check out Ethereum with you. Let me just slide my rubber zones out a little bit in here. And let me just make sure nothing's changed in here before I flip the chart over on this. That on a daily? No, it's not a daily. Is that a 4 hour? No. Okay, so that's a monthly. A week is a little lower. Daily, we've already broken below. Okay, let's see. All right, so nothing has changed in here for Ethereum either. We are still holding the low in here where we got our initial expansion here off of our monthly time frame. So this is where the monthly chart actually started to breach the expand zone for the Bollinger here. So just back around this low in here. If we do start to lose this, because we lost the 50, we lost the daily level when we broke below this zone right here. So when we broke the low of this zone, we lost the daily in here. Weekly is going to be just below this one right here. So weekly is going to sit somewhere down in between about 35,000 where the weekly level is going to be at. So if we do start to roll over, then that would be down here. Right now, we are still within the bullish control zone on the monthly time frame here for Ethereum. So I would just be looking to see if we surpass this. If we surpass this, the zone in here where we have our 4,008 all the way down here to 3758, this is what I'll be looking for. If we surpass it, that's only if. But right now, I know that this is the lows on the daily that we're hitting right here. So we're hitting the low of the Bollinger right here on the daily. It is sideways. So with it being sideways, that just means consolidation. So there is still a chance that it can attempt to bounce back up from this level right here. Instead, if we do start to roll over again, if that Bollinger expands down, then I would be looking for us to come back down into here. I wouldn't be looking for the 408 anymore. But we did see yesterday that we took liquidity from here. So that could have been the it factor, since we did manage to take some liquidity in here, but we are simply consolidating at this point. And like I said, this still keeps price action within the bullish control zone on the monthly time frame, just coming back down here to this level right here. But if it cannot manage to hold that, then the weekly is somewhere within this zone in here, within this space in here. Maybe price action. I wanted to say take that liquidity right there, but you're here with ETH. Yeah, really need to hold. Really want to see it hold here. And then it'll probably come back up here, back test that 20 SMA here, which is going to be at these lows in here. Since it's going sideways, I'm pretty sure it is right here. Yeah, since it's going sideways. So you're just at the low of the bands. You could have problems coming up and hitting this low in here, because that'll keep you bound between the standard deviation 1 and 2, especially with knowing that resistance is right there. But again, that's where you lost it here, when you lost the low here. And you can extend this to give yourself a little bit more room in here. I don't think your risk to reward would be as great if you do that. Rather than, I mean, I would more likely wait on this. Since it is a monthly, it can overshoot it before coming back up above it. Yeah, if you push up again, you probably won't do any more than this. If you push up with these turned down like this, you may not do any more than that. You could end up outside this band, back to this one, and just keep doing this, coming down within the band like that, and walk it all the way down here, just doing that, stand within that standard deviation 1 and 2 all the way down here. About 7 days left on this monthly. If we don't get the bounce up from here, to just simply back test this 50. I keep saying 50, 20. Back test that 20. And you're already doing it over here. Okay. So it is already doing that here. So Aster, like I said, I did jump into why did I do that? I'm on the 15-minute time frame here. I did jump into a long over here on Aster again. I took it off of this. I took it off of this zone in here as well. I just started messing with this thing yesterday. I've heard a lot of talk about it, but I just started messing with it today. And so it's back at the support zone. So I did take it right here as well. My entries are very, very small. Should have been bigger. This move right here was like a 50% return based on my just the 5X. This one was 100. Well, it was actually like 90 something percent. um, based on that 5x. But my position size has been extremely small. I just want to be conservative right now because I don't know what's really happening in the market. So if I am using leverage, I'm using low leverage, and I'm using less capital, and I'm taking those little small wins right now. So hopefully this plays out again from here. If not, then I'll jump shoot back down here and see what we do if we come back down here to this zone. But right now this thing looks pretty good. So be looking for this next level in here to get hit, which is going to be 191 to 186. That's what I'll be looking for next here for Aster. Holds this zone, and hopefully it comes back up, breaks through this one, and then we come back up here to that. So it's probably going to be like the yeah, this is all I got for you right now. If you didn't take note from yesterday on that Bitcoin entry, then this is all I have for you. And that Bitcoin entry had actually been here since what, Friday? Since Friday. Yeah, the Bitcoin entry had been here since Friday, but I did update it yesterday when I came on stream. I told you to look at this one because initially I had it here, but like I said, if something changed come Sunday, then it would have to be modified, and then that ended up being where the change took place at. So aside from this, if you didn't catch this, yeah, Aster is about it for me right now. And I'm waiting for something on that. I guess it's Avantis, whatever it is. I'm waiting for something on that. And Hemi, that one's already been missed. I saw that yesterday, getting ready to work out. But those are 3 good charts right now to play around within the market. And Hemi is doing really, really good. This is that Hemi right here. So Hemi is doing really good. Like I saw this right here coming into play, but I just chose to want to play around with Aster instead. But this is a nice looking chart right here. It's Hemi. Pretty violent wick there. And yeah, this one, I'm just waiting for this one to work itself out, cool off a little bit. Look for an entry on this one right here. I know this one is still riding and holding. Right now here on this 15-minute time. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I hadn't really looked at that. I've actually been using this 60. Actually been using the 60 since it has been bouncing away from the 60 EMA. All right, let's take a look at the bubbles in here. All right, no clue what OG is, but okay. Pindo near AVAX, all looking good. Crow really didn't look like it was up, probably because I was on a 4-hour time frame. I'm not playing around too much with just depends on the chart. If it's a new project, then I'm using the 15-minute more. If it's not a new project, then I'm zooming out a bit because it's like your 4-hour time frame that you really want to see a recovery around. It's that 4-hour that can give you it's a nice price action, enough to make some money off of. So I'm really just gauging more along with that 4-hour time frame over the 15-minute at the moment, unless, like I said, you're new. If you're new, then I'm willing to do the 15-minute on you. And I've just been doing trailing stops on this. So a lot of the money does go back to the market. Instead of me taking out the high or having a set place to take the profit at the highs, I've just been trailing when I jump into the position. When it starts to put in a pivot, I just trail it up and set a stop loss for that. That's what I've been doing. Even though I can sit here and tell you, hey, we get through. If we're going to push up and break out of here, then I'm looking for it to come into this zone right here. Even if it taps into here, I don't close it out there. So sometimes, the last 2 times that I did trade this, I did give back quite a bit to the market because I just did a trailing stop on it. So like instead of me taking profit, let's just say here, off of this move right here, I just set a trailing stop for the pivot below. So I did it like this and allowed myself to get stopped out here and just jump back in it again, and did another trailing stop. It might have been right here. Yeah. So that's just what I've been doing with it. And just taking those little small gains. Yeah, so you'll see right here with this, quite a bit. Like I said, we'll go back to the market. It will go back to the market. And I just have to be okay with it. This one is the one from this support level in here. So this is the one I took from that support level. And then this is the one that I took from the bounce off of this support level right here. So yeah. And then like I said, not too long ago, I re-entered because it did hold up through here. So I re-entered in here. And that was me saying to you, I was getting long on it because we were holding it here. So I did take that right here. We'll see. Push up into here. Would be way better off if I'd have just held, right? But nope, I'm not gonna do that. Having myself some steak and eggs this morning for breakfast. And Bitcoin is still holding. I just figured I'd tell you that. It's still holding. hope it's not ready to roll over now. This would be the moment, right? My entry is on that chart looks completely different. Even the SMAs look different. What I'm using on the exchange. That's weird. Bitcoin still looking good at the top side of that zone. I'm hoping this plays out. It looks like an inverse head and shoulder took place right here. So I am really hoping that this plays out. Because of that wick, I'm going to drop that. It has been challenging here lately with pump, but the 4 hour did get a change of behavior. It's just a matter of that change of behavior playing out. So I would say that's done. But I'm in it. Win or lose. I keep messing with it. This is like the first time with Astra I'm seeing from an indicator. I don't have it on this chart or on any other charts, but well, I do have it on the chart, right? I'm talking about it. This is the first time I've seen it stay at the high and not relax and come down a bit. So we could start to be getting toppy here on Astra. Even if this works, again, it is getting a little toppy because I didn't see that indicator relax like it did the last few times. So make sure we don't stall out at this high. Yes, we could stall out in here again. That might be why it's starting to look different in here right now. I know everybody's feeling some kind of way right now about crypto. All right, so Bitcoin. Tried to get into this liquidity in here. See where this cluster ends at. 113,508. And then the next cluster starts at 113,757 in here for Bitcoin. It's definitely trying to get in here and get that. And then in here, where that entry had been sitting at, I'm assuming a lot of people played the SFP. For that, yeah, looks like people played the SFP. We're looking for it to come down to SFP and entered in on the SFP. Some short orders sitting up here. We are in the shorts territory. About a 15 to 16% sweet. Yeah. It looks like our back test first. Our first back test. Not that. Click off this chart for a sec so I can look at that. I'm just checking back in on Bitcoin. I'm leaving it on that Aster chart. We might double bottom in here, or triple, quadruple, however many times we want to continue to test this low. And 15-minute is 15-minute is trying to roll back down here for Bitcoin. We just tapped that resistance. From that indicator I mentioned to you that it had been relaxing and this time it didn't. So I'm just going to set my stop loss for break even. Just in case, because it didn't move that time. And that puts my stop like right here off of the line bias. Hopefully it doesn't come back down here. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it can maintain, even though, like I said, that thing is not relaxed and I don't like that. So even if it does, if it comes back down into here, you probably don't want to pick it up there. You're probably not going to want to. Again, that is where my stop is going to be. So you may not want to mess with that. Up 17% right now. So if you did, when I said I'm taking this Aster, if you did jump in on it, you should be up. My wins are super small, so I don't mind giving it back. What else is there? Let's see. See what's trending. All right, so I see why this OG thing that we were looking at on the bubbles, why that's actually, yeah, it's trending. These two, I'm liking these two right here. For some reason, I'm really interested in this one. It's not performing its best right now, but this, I don't know, I'm stuck on this. When I get that feeling, ooh, it must be good. It must be good. Because I got that feeling on this one. AVAX is trending. Never heard of Sidekick. Sidekick doesn't make me want to look at it either. APX. So all things Binance Smart Chain right now. Everybody jumping on the CZ bandwagon right now. I mean, it's doing good. I need to actually look at that chart. I need to see Binance BNB versus Bitcoin right now. See where that resistance is going to come in at. That's one I actually haven't mapped out. Yeah, I'm liking that. APX, huh? All right, let me get back over here to Aster. Aster, keep going, Aster. It broke through it. I still don't like it. We're gonna have a bear div coming up. Okay, we're gonna have a bear div coming up. We had one over here too. When we came up, we had a bear div right here too. But we're gonna have another bear div if we push up. We're gonna have a bear div. And those moving averages are starting to tighten up a little bit. For some reason it just doesn't read it like that over here. Let me try EMAs and see if that does something. Nah, EMA is not doing anything different for it. And this isn't matching. That's not matching. This isn't matching what I'm looking at. So I don't know. I don't know. This might be the last push, guys. This might be the last push. And I'm gonna look for that relaxation on that indicator, and then I'm gonna up the ante on it. It's definitely printing money, boy. It's definitely printing money. See, what it's been getting is bull divs off of the lows. Can't really tell it in here. You can see it right. That's exaggerated right here. Can't really tell it, but not from any of these indicators, but it has been getting bull divs off the lows. Me and my 20,000 indicators home. I will find what works. That's all I can tell you. I will find what works. I saw that I could move this up slightly, but I determined I just leave it where it is. No sense in doing that. So I'm just gonna, like I said, I just left it as it was, but there is room for me to push it up in here to deviate up on it. It probably had something to do with, probably was around somewhere in here. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it as it is because it's not too far off from where it's currently sitting at. So just keep it organic, not make any changes. I saw that I can make slight changes over here to this one as well. But I'm gonna leave it again as it is and see how we react, pushing through it and falling back below it. So it's all really gonna be about losing it more so than breaking it at this point. It's about losing it. So if we do something like that, then I probably know what time it is. Is that what we did? Really pay attention to it. Huh. We literally haven't come back into this, not even one time, which is good. So at the moment, we know we wouldn't be looking for a retracement back this low. If that was happening, we'd probably be rolling over like we did in here. Or like we did in there. Or like we did in here. So as long as we're not coming back for that, we're good. So we're not looking for this. Start doing that, then we know we're doing something different. And the deviation has been very minor. When you put it on a line chart, you really are just simply ranging in between your SD1 and SD2, which is strong. Let's see what else there is to this. That's why with that other one I said it can deviate over it because it is from a monthly time frame. And then you would consider that weekly. But as long as we're in here, this looks good. I mean, as long as we're in here, we're not bad at all, and we're still green right here. We're still up, even though we look down from the lower time frames. We're still holding up pretty good through here. This must have been from a momentum line or something. No, it's not. Still above the 5 EMA. Trying to understand why I got this in here. Huh. Maybe that's why. Not really sure. Just trying to figure out why I got that in there. So again, everything's pretty much rejecting right now. Let's say you can use your total to kind of gauge what your altcoin is going to do. Hopefully this again continues to reject in here. Hopefully. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to hold off of that previous momentum. It's probably an actual shrink. Did we say bear div in here? Yeah, bear div was in here. See it right there. So this probably won't hold. And again, we could come back down here and back test this again. We're not this low either. We're definitely not this low. If we lose it, we could see a bull div on volatility though. Like I said, right now it is trying to bounce off where it had picked up previous momentum from. I don't know the success of this, to be honest with you, because we have just been kind of consolidating through here. I would assume that this is an accumulation zone for the continuation up. This looks pretty solid right now. I most certainly don't want to test it again, but that was rather solid. Astra did flip back down that signal. Like I said, my stop is in place for break even in case we don't manage to hold. If we do manage to hold, because it's still sitting up rather high, it could stall out in here, but I'm looking for it to get here if we can go. But it could stall out right there just because it never relaxed like it did the first two times. Through here it relaxed, through here it relaxed, and through here it stayed at the highs, which is a little bit different. And this thing doesn't have to move much to make money. Hmm. Dot, egal. Um, I did look at Dot earlier. Let me see. Like I said earlier, okay. So you are holding above this ascending trend line in here. You are still holding here. You are back above resistance from this range high. You're gonna hit plenty of resistance trying to push back up. Dot is okay. Again, as long as it's holding above this trend line in here, I would have to tell you that you're doing okay. It did have bear days though. So this is still under development. And you did have some bear days in here. I think it was off of this. Was it the weekly? Yeah. I mean, no higher high just yet. Still putting in the higher lows though. So structurally, like I said, if you continue to hold this trend line in here, you're okay. Could be putting in an ascending triangle or something like that. I do think that Dot is going to perform well here. Right now, I mean, you're still in a squeeze right now. So you're still in a Bollinger squeeze, which I'm looking to break to the upside on it. I don't know where you bought in on this thing at. If you got it anywhere down in here, I'd say you look good. If you bought it recently up in here, just the wrong place to buy it at. But overall, I think Dot's chart looks good, and I expect for Dot to actually push up and hit our target up here. That's what I think is about to happen with Dot. Let's see where that bear div came from. Yeah, bear div came from here. So you have bear div on both volatility and momentum here on the daily time frame. So again, I mean, there's really nothing more for me to say to it. You are putting in the higher lows, and as long as you're respecting this low down here, this low right here, then I would look for a continuation up and to finally get that break above this return for an expansion out and start to push up and get up here into that target around $9-11 right there. Yeah, you don't support. Dot has got a bad reputation right now. Shit. I think it's gonna do good. That's just my opinion. It's not financial advice. I think Dot is gonna do equally as well as it did the last time. All right, Esther continues to try to hold. Bitcoin continuing to try to hold. It looks like a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders right here, but we'll see. This is the biggest resistance zone. Well, actually, it's not. It's not the biggest resistance zone, but I mean, for me, I would say it is. This is the biggest support level right here where it just bounced up from, though. This is the biggest support level because of these highs in here. And I don't usually care for this right here, not too much. But that was your point of control. I mean, obviously, that would be the point of control, in my opinion, just based on market structure. Got a top bun and a lower bun, so it makes sense. Mm. I didn't realize that President Trump actually speaks at 9:50 today too. So you have Trump speaking right before Powell. That's interesting. So apparently, Trump is supposed to be speaking at the General Assembly in New York, and that's going to be at 9:50. Today's going to be a great day. Let's go Aster. Yeah, today's going to be a great day. Sentiment's probably garbage. So today's going to be a great day. It has to be. All of our altcoins are going to pump. And we're all going to love crypto again. That might have been a good thing. Let's see. So pump is giving it another shot in here. I mean, we do need to break outside of this range right here. But like I said, on the 4-hour time frame, it's not playing out as smoothly just yet, but it did get a change of behavior. And I think that that's the most important thing, that it did show a change of behavior. About the worst it could do would be come down here. I wouldn't think it would do that, not based on a change of behavior on the 4-hour time frame. Um, Not based on, I mean, this is already played out. This measured move in here, this little inverse in here, it's already played that out. If you do it the way I did it, which was just from the line bias, and we've already hit that. But and then you swept this liquidity down here. Played out the measured move and then some. I'm just going to keep betting on it. Get past this resistance. All right, Bitcoin. I mean, our little momentum line over here disappeared. So we wouldn't be expecting to drop into this twice and hold it, because it's gone now. I hate to draw all these lines in here. Some megaphone pattern. I'm going to adjust my stop loss now. I'm going to push it up for this low in here, now that we've created it. So if I get stopped out at this point, I'll get stopped out in a little bit of profit. Won't be much. Uh, that also means we're crossing the bullish control zone. So apparently this is the point where it would cross it. $1.75. Market is slow and painful. Very slow and painful. How did that OG thing drop like 11.6% that quick? It just had the biggest freaking bubble. So while we're doing that, I think I'm gonna work on PNB. Mm. Hmm. BNB may actually be coming into resistance against Bitcoin. Hmm. That might be confirmation that Bitcoin dominance is going to go back up, because this will be like the third altcoin that's hitting resistance against Bitcoin. You got Ethereum, you got Solana, and got BNB now. Let's go Aster. Call denied. No, the chart looks pretty good though. So whatever BNB is doing is probably going to be temporary resistance, but it is actually entering some resistance here against Bitcoin. If I did this any justice. All right, we're finally taking out that high, and it looks like we may be able to do it without the bear div that I was mentioning earlier on Aster. So if we're successful getting past here, then this is where I'll be looking for the target to be between 186 and 191. And after that, we have to go to the fib extension if this thing's going to continue to push up past this level. We have capped out, looking at the indicator, we have capped out in here every other time. So the only way this would continue to push to make it into here. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Only way it's going to do that is if it starts to turn step down. So not price action itself, but the indicator would have to start stepping down. So it would end up looking like a bear deal, but it would be like a flag. But all right. Up 42% right now on that position off of the support level in here. This is why I should have put my money on it. But I'm being real conservative right now with this market. Real conservative. Disadvantages. me check on that Avantis. Let's see if I have it here in the favorites. I don't even know if I can buy it off of Blowfin anyway. What's that ticker again? ABNT. Yeah, I can. This looks like it's gonna pop too. That Avantis. It looks like this is a great place to. It hasn't confirmed a signal just yet, and may not have to wait for it to do so. But it looks like I got 3, 1, 2, 3. Already cleared 2 green candles. It's sitting at resistance right now on this, but when it pops above this, and this is on a 4-hour. Yeah. All right, here we go. Pops above here, then this can push up. Not performing the way Aster is, but this looks like the place in here. So once it's over here, it's above the resistance, and then it's gone. You know, it's a nice little trend. Whatever this chop right here was. I'm just checking. I don't know how that ended up. It has worked the last few times, just looking at it. So maybe you don't want to get it off of green candles. All right, I'm gonna move my stop up now. Let me see. I don't want to give this back. And I may do a small position on Avantis, but I'm not going to do it off of a green candle. If I get a red one, then I can reassess. You know what? This time, I'm not going to even worry about how I'm moving my stop up. I'm just going to take it all right here this time. We get in here. For now, I'm going to settle for a stop right here as we're trying to make our way in here. And that basically would be the neckline. I'm pushing my stop to there. Almost, just a little bit more. Bitcoin is still stalling out around that high of the range. It's the first time this ever read. It was actually extended. Two, 3, 63. I don't want to have all these lines on. I knew it. I should have bought. I don't want to buy a green candle. I don't want to buy a green candle, but this looks like it's gonna run a little bit. And then if this, let's see, falling formation breakout, possible inverse because it was a falling formation. Yeah, I'm just not buying that green candle. Crap, I should have bought. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Blowfin has been killing me because the chart has not been refreshing. And so it's been creating problems for me in that way. If I'm not looking at the chart over here on TradingView, then I'll miss what's actually happening on the exchange because it hasn't been refreshing. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah. That spread looks pretty good on this. Just so you can see what that is, 191 to 186. I just want to check back in over here on this thing right here. Probably should have taken it and I didn't. Can't take all of them. That would make sense. But you can't take them all. This is pretty high in the clouds right now. Chainlink is doing pretty good right now on the 15-minute time frame. Chainlink dropped into its bandwidth 1, and it held it pretty good, and it back tested on a double, double, triple bottom formation. It's holding up pretty good. It's probably gonna correct. here twice. Not sure. Do have a bear div off of that 1 hour time frame for this. Probably should have taken partial profit right there. So since my stop loss does kind of equal out to this right here, I'm going to go ahead and take partial profits off of it. And I'll let the rest of it stay for break even, because it was going to be that anyway. Yeah, I'll let the rest stay, and if it comes back down to the entry down here, then it'd be break even. Otherwise it would continue. And yeah, probably should have did that from back here. And the bear div is on volatility. Momentum looks fine. It's on volatility. Bitcoin still stalling, so no change there. Mhm. Doji. The indicator that I've been using here for Aster hasn't been any of the ones that you've seen down there at the bottom. I've actually been using the commodity channel index, so the CCI, just that CCI, and you know the SMA ribbons, but it's not lining up over here the same as what I'm seeing. So you probably want to go with EMA ribbons instead, but the CCI has been the indicator that I've been using to pick up off of to make sure that when we come into one of the levels, we're going to hold it, or if we're going to reject. That's what I've been working with. It's been pretty respectful to it. So if I just turn all this crap off right here, all of this noise, pardon me, and I just put on just your basic commodity channel index here. So it's basically just been using this right here. So it's been pretty respectful. You can see where you might have diverged in here and it didn't do quite the same, but anytime it wraps over your indicator like this, your moving average or your smoothing average wraps over it, you usually look for that to be resistance. So even with that bear div, you would have knew that you were probably going to come back down. It's been very respectful with the actual 100s. So coming up to 100, you see that? You come up to 100. You don't really have to wait for this right here for it to cross above the signal line. It's additional confirmation, but it has been working pretty good where it comes back above the 100 down here and you're looking to get long. 100 right here and you're looking to get long. Come down to 100 and you're looking for your pullback. It's bullish, so I wouldn't be looking for a short. You would have did the same thing over here and it would have moved against you a little bit, but like I said, when you get that wrap over right there, generally you're looking for this to come back in and act as resistance right there. And then you can see it repeatedly throughout here, especially around these lows. You come up back up above it to your 100 And then you'd be looking to possibly get long. You do want to have your support resistance levels in here too, as confluence or additional, some sort of additional confirmation or something like that. Coming down your 100 over here, with that bear div in here. So it has been pretty respectful here off of this 15-minute time frame. So this is just basically what I've been using, looking at the chart. So when I say this was still sitting pretty high, in my opinion, it was. I do see now that it was below the midpoint. So midpoint reversal is always a good place too. But it was sitting a little high for me. But that has been working. Yeah, it's been working out okay. You're far from coming back into this 100 right now. But like I said, with this right here, because it did get really high, extended here, like 226, 227 right now, you want to see this step. And then you look for a trend regression line to look for another break on it, because it's pretty extended. It's pretty extended right now on this 15-minute time frame anyway. I haven't really gauged it on the 1 hour time frame, but you can see it has not the smoothest right here. So you would need to do something like that so you can see it better. Bounce. So you would need to do something like that to clear out some of the noise, because even your smoothing sometime will give you some noise. But that so far has been respectful to here. So that's good. You would have got it wrong right here, but once you seen it flip back up, that 100, then you would have wanted to get long on it anyway. So once it flips back up, especially when it's in bullish or overheated territory, just like over here, it didn't deviate too far from the 100. And then too, you had that trend regression line now that you could gauge too, and it turned back up right there. So bear div, as you can see. So you will be looking for a pullback soon. So once it drops back below that 100 or breaks this trend regression line, look for that cool off. That's one of the best indicators. You don't have to really do anything different to it either. Commodity China Index. I just haven't been using it too much here lately. Only on the actual Blowfin platform do I use it, and this is the only indicator I use on that. I'm going to delete this now, but you can put that on your chart if you're into Astro and just kind of use that to help you out. And the extensions have been working pretty good here too. If you don't know about the E's, I'm typically looking for purple ones, but this is all based off of Commodity China Index. which is why I love it so much, especially on something new. But CCI is a really great indicator. I tell you something else I like to do with commodity channel too, especially when you start getting like really, really, really overextended, um, and you putting in bear div after bear div, but it's not playing out. Extend it because your basic setting is going to be a 2020. So a 20 look back on your CCI, and then your smoothing is going to be a 20. So that's the basic setting that you would be using right now for entries and exits. But when you start doing crazy stuff and it's like it's not making sense to you, just extend it. I usually go out for a 50-20 then. So I extend the CCI out to a 50 and I'll leave it with the 20. Sometimes I do a 30 on the smoothing, but 50-20, that's helpful. Seeing how your RSI might have been a little smoother, but hold on, was that about to accelerate? Dang. This thing be printing, boy. What little bit I do have left on it, it's up 72% now. That's like 3 times in a row, just doubling up your money, playing the swings. Probably doing better if you held all the way through, but I can't chance that personally. Looking beautiful. Ooh wee. If it pushes outside of this right here on the 1 hour, it will probably be accelerating, like pushing. Well, it'll actually be pushing outside into oversold, overbought on the 1 hour. If it does push through here, otherwise it could double top or something like that. Maybe. Maybe. All right, Bitcoin still sitting here. Still sitting here. No real change just yet here for Biddy. Pump still it's kind of hanging out in here. Could be a complex inverse head and shoulder now. Could be more so that here for pump. I'm in it. I'm in it to win it, but you know, still hanging out in here. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Moving on. And like I said, there was no other zone in here because it's new, and that was the high for it there. So there was nothing else in here that I could submit a zone to. It would have to be a fib extension if it does manage to break this zone right here. I mean, just coming back into it is a lot for me. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. Other than taking this high, or like I said, maybe fib extension in here. 10 minutes left on this. And with BNB, I did map it out against Bitcoin dominance. And you can see that it is within a resistance zone right here. So where it got this rejection at, it is a resistance zone in here. It looked like it could have pushed up a little bit higher in here. Have to see how this candle holds up right here though. That little shooting star there. Have to see how that holds up. Coming back into this zone. And if you get past that, then yeah, 1 cent up here. This wouldn't really be. I just want to see this rolled all the way back down here. That would be great. Put you back over here. Hey, genius. You said hype was bullish. I was like, nope. Hype is still bullish. It's still bullish. You know, we needed that correction. It was overextended for sure. That and both pump were very overextended. But I think it still looks fly. It can still get me in it. Let me put it like that. I see something in here too. How's your trading been, Genius? I'm sure it's been pretty good for you. Okay, we're breaking. All right. Let's go for that high then. I'm gonna add that extension back in here now. Just kind of see. I didn't really like it when I did it. But oh, it already see. Yeah, I didn't really like this extension when I did it the first time. Let me try it differently. So I didn't really like that. Try it like that. No, I don't like that either. Yeah, I don't really like that either. So I'm just gonna put it back like that. I don't really like that. But we blasted through the zone. I don't know what to say about that one. Still holding half of that position. So Genius, you remember that Dexy I told you about? Have you seen how well that has performed? I was up pretty big on that thing. It did come down just a little bit, but it's been looking really good. So that let's see here. I was up like crazy. Like it hit targets though in here. So let me turn this off. It's too much noise. Let me hide that. So remember I talked to you about this one right here? And I told you that when I see When I see it putting in pressure down here, like it's a great one to jump into. And man, did it ever. Did it ever. So this is done really good. It's come down a little bit for me, but I'm still up pretty decent on it. It was up, I don't know, maybe 400, I don't know, percent or something like that. And I retweeted on it like, yeah, yeah. This when I saw that down here, ooh, ooh. And I said it too when it was down here. I didn't really say too much on it. I did come on stream and say I like this thing and I felt like it was gonna do good. And so far it has, and it's come up into this level right here now. So it's come up into this level right here now, which is probably like one of the strongest resistance levels in here. But this thing used to be like 35 bucks, man. If it get back to 35 bucks, I'd be a happy camper. I don't know that it's going to do that. But so far has been a great call. And at the time when I was posting on it, at the time when I went back to post on it, this is when I was saying that I like the weekly chart for DEXY. This was back on September the 8th right here. So this was back here. When I said I like this chart, it looked like total garbage. September 8th. September 8th. It looked like total garbage right here. Like all you did was see this thing drop, 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 drop. But it had a beautiful weekly pressure built up in here. If that wasn't worth the risk, boy, I don't know what was, but that was definitely worth the risk. I got a lot of flack on my comments on eGold. I've gotten a lot of flack on it, and it has dropped below the little ascending trend line that it had in here. But I still think eGold is worth it. Would I take it right here? I won't. Therefore I haven't entered on it just yet. But I don't dislike it. I don't hate it. I know it looks like a descending triangle, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm just going to wait and see what it does. Maybe if it comes back down into here, I will buy some and at least look for it to come back into this trend line. Right now, I'm holding off on this one, but I don't hate it. I'll put us back over here real quick. I will tell you this. With ego, I will tell you this. I'm not gonna harp on this chart right here. Uh, I will tell you this. It has a nice trend regression line down through here. This suggests that it's corrective. So once it attempts to come back up again, instead of focusing on the 20 SMA as the breaking point, yeah, that trend regression line is going to be your 20 SMA for the tightening that it has in here, and that's what you're going to be looking for to break. So maybe, like I said, if it comes all the way back down here to this low, even if it sweeps it down here, if I don't see any extension in here, that's going to be considered to be a weak low, and I'm going to look to ride it up. Like I said, to at least about back here into this trend line right here. But I'm gonna give that a minute to cook and see what it does. Whichever one happens first. It does look like garbage though. Looks like garbage. But one man's trash is another man's treasure, so they say. We'll see. Stir. Let's see what we're looking like over here. I should have got this thing. I should have just went ahead and taken the position. I'm gonna keep saying that repeatedly until the stream ends. But I just need something else to play with. It's just the candle was green and I didn't see a reason to jump on it. And I could have paid attention a little bit more. There's some great lows right here. I should have paid attention a little bit more because that is some great lows in here. Yeah, that was a perfect. Oh, gosh. Maybe later. Let me make sure it's all the way on this low. Dang. Struggling with this momentum. Well, it's at resistance. So it's hitting some resistance through here. That makes sense. It's too large of a range for me, but that makes sense. $211, $203. That's a large range. I have to minimize that. Comes back down, could actually pay attention to whatever is in here. I like this, whatever this is. I'm gonna add that into it. That's probably a large range too, though. 203, 197 is not that large. It kinda is. Do it like that. That's better. And just focus on these lows right here. If it does. Can't say that it does, but if it does. And I like this in here too. You got a sandwich right here. So I like this sandwich. But that would be the goal if you do have like a head and shoulder in here. That would be the goal. All right. Push it. I am so happy when we find ourselves an entry. I am so happy when I can come on stream and we can find ourselves something to make some money off of. It makes me so happy. No financial advice, but that's great. So this is now up about 95% on the little 5X. Don't really mean anything, guys. It's just a cute P&L percentage. I'm not making big money off of it, and I've already closed out half. And just remember what I said about that CCI, because it's not, and it's just your basic commodity channel index, just as it is. See, I got to refresh because Blowfin does not be updating. It was showing it like it was still this high up, and I can see it starting to drift down a little bit. So it's still far from the 100 right now. Maybe we see some sort of a topping candle in here, or it starts to put in a range. So we start to see an inside candle. We don't have that right now. Or like I told you earlier, that's your regression line on your 1 hour. That'll be pretty extended. Mm, that's Bitcoin dominance with a little small bounces here and there. With USDT dominance again, they're both inverse. So every time we're coming up around this high on Bitcoin, we're basically doing the same over here with USDT. Well, not USDT, but stablecoin dominance altogether in here. So really want to see us breaking there and falling. Yeah. Extensions have been working on this one over here. I've been turning it off on other things. It did good there, did good there, did good there, did good here. Did good right there. Failed a little bit right in there. And then, of course, back over in here. Just led to continuation. So nothing 100%, but good enough. Hmm. Didn't quite sweep that high, which is fine. Just throwing that out there. Didn't quite sweep it. It's not worth shorting to me, but to each its own. Really? Is that difficult to get a 10 out of this? But you could. You probably wouldn't do. Probably won't do. I'll probably give it a 1. That's a lot for this coin to give it a 1, to be honest. But you probably wouldn't do any more than coming back into here. It's still a good move. It's still a good move. I'll probably get a bull div in here too by the time that happens, though. All right, we still have that flash manufacturing PMI and flash services PMI at 945. And then at 950, we have Trump speaking. And then at 1235, Fed Chair Powell speaks. So that's the dilemma for today. Oh, baby. Dang. Like I said, I'm going to say it every time. I should have just taken the entry right over here. I didn't want that green candle, though. We already had these two green ones right here. The third green one just was like a no. I don't want to take it off of the green candle. Just let it go. Oh, coin gapped up. Coinbase. Coinbase has a nice trend regression line on it right now, which it'll be pushing back into, which could act as resistance on it. Just trying to see what coin does in order to see what Bitcoin does. It's a really great indication of what Bitcoin does. So it's at that trend line right now. And if it breaks it, then could see that for coin. I mean for Bitcoin. We could. Yeah. Coin's trying to break that line, that trend line. So we'll see what that brings for us. No response yet out of Biddy because USD stablecoin dominance is pushing up a little bit in that resistance zone. Dot. You all the way down at 293. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about that getting hit. That's a long drop. Have you taken any profit from that position? because it's been a nice pump up from 293. I'm still bullish on it. Coin is definitely trying to break. It's hitting that resistance, so it's no different than Bitcoin right now. I've been sitting in this Coinbase position on BTCC now for about a week. Where I got in at $303. I'll tell you another good stock that I mentioned a couple months back. I picked it up around 13, and it's Pony AI. I talked about it on stream for a bit, for a few weeks. So that would be Pony AI. That thing has been doing pretty good. It's back at resistance now, but that's been a good one. If you're into stocks, I wouldn't get into it now because last I checked, it was around $20. But it's a good one. I'll put this chart back on Astro since it is the trade that I'm in. I'm not an actual Bitcoin trade right now. I didn't take that Bitcoin setup. I've been focusing on getting into altcoins, but let's see. Yeah, but Pony AI, talked about it on stream for a while. And I said I don't think it's going to be the next Palantir, but when I bought Palantir, I bought it at $13. I don't have much Palantir left anymore. I made my first big sale off of it around $105. And yeah, so my position size went down dramatically on Palantir. But Palantir continues to kill it. AMD look like it's about to continue that rip. AMD just had some nice compression on it. I know I'm not on the chart as I'm talking because I'm trying to make sure you're seeing this if you took this trade. Apple straight killed it. I was only looking for about 231 on Apple. And I remember saying a lot of people are talking trash about it. I think it's going to do great simply because so many people are freaking bearish on it. And then when they introduced a new iPhone, the price on it dropped. But guess what? A lot of people didn't know because the phone was doing so good. The sales on the phone were doing so good that the systems were having a hard time. The systems were getting frozen because so many people were trying to buy the device. That dip off of that people thinking, oh, they just did the same thing. It didn't bother consumers one bit. Retail was out there buying that phone. The systems kept going down, kept freezing up. That dip was the dip to buy off of Apple. So that continued push up to 256. So that was absolutely gorgeous on Apple. And don't get me started on Tesla, because I said multiple times when Tesla was doing that little drop, I don't know what nobody else is looking at, but that looks good. Tesla looks good. And sure enough, before news, before any of that, when people were just seeing that little dip, I said Tesla looks good, but I wasn't buying. I had zero interest in buying it. Missed both my entries for Hood. The first one was for 93.36, hit it perfectly. The second time was for 99. It dipped over it just slightly. It didn't close below it. And that was my next perfect entry to get in on Hood. But it's at the top, so you have to be careful with that. Rivian was one I said comes back down around this trend line. That would be a good one to buy. It's trying to break again. I know they did like some split or something like that. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the feeling is around that right now. And then there have been some that just did not do great. Tempest ended up doing good. That was another one that we watched when they got the drop for a good buy-in. And Sound, still waiting for it to push up into $20. And right now it's at 17.36, so 17.40. It has been doing really good from that low. So that was another one that I bought that's been doing really, really good. And we was on this right here. Yeah. Was on this right here for a couple of months. It's April, May. Yeah. It's been pumping since. Just looking forward to get to that 20. So some great calls here in the stock. I'm down on Circle. That is trying. I'm down on that one. And CNC. Anybody who bought that scary dip, congratulations. Great company. So I'm still waiting on Booz Allen Hamilton. I'm still waiting on that one. I picked it up here at the Platinum Pocket. So I'm still waiting to see if I can get that move out of this one. Looking for 130 if I can get it. It's still hanging around the low, actually kind of breaking the trend line in here. If you draw it the way I drew it. But I'm still holding. Wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, when you blast through a zone, sometimes you'll come back and treat it as support. Can't say that that's what we're doing here right now. Let's see what happens here. We just got that data. So less than, which is pretty good for not too big of a difference in here. So greater than is really great for the DXY. It came in. I wouldn't say that that's a big deal. Slightly lower. Then we got Trump getting ready to come up here about 4 minutes. And then, like I said, fetch your power at 12:35 here. So I only have about 15 minutes left on stream. I don't want to leave you guys. I don't want to leave you. I have nothing else going on. I do need to work out, but I have nothing else going on, and I feel like just staying here. But I am going to have to go at 10 o'clock. And I want you to know I appreciate each and every person who stopped by today to hang out with me. We got a position. We got a position, and then of course you had the Bitcoin one to look out for from yesterday, which I moved because last week we were looking at this line. And yesterday on stream, I let you know I pushed it up to here based on that weekly close. Indicated that we would, we'd be looking at this right here as our critical bounce level. So that worked. I'm not trading Bitcoin myself though. But if you watched yesterday, then you were prepared for this, or you could have did the SFP. SFP was not something I was waiting on, but it just happened to line up with what we were looking at here with our X. And if we get that push out here on Bitcoin, because coin is really trying to break that trend regression line to the downside, we get that push up here. You can look back at this trend line right here, but if Bitcoin gets back up above here without fail, then that's good. You start to see it breaking back down from here or coming into it and rejecting, then, that's probably going to be it for the continuation down. Same thing we were looking at over here with the position that was in here off of the trend line right here, which only got up so far. And I said it could still come back down and do the golden pocket, but you didn't want to take it once it dropped below here. Because once it dropped below here, you wanted to wait for it to come back up. This trend line right here. I'll let you know. You want to wait for it to come back up and back test it. Because if it failed to get back above it, then prices could be rolling down. And our original idea was for this one right here. And then following that original idea, I started to entertain that maybe we could do this in here. But since we broke clean through it, we could come back up, back test it as resistance. So be careful with that. Just be careful with that. And then we tried there. Like I said, we didn't get back up. No back test. Tried again right here. It didn't get through it. So watch that. And this moved up slightly, but I'm leaving it where it is. It did move up slightly. Not too much, but it did move up slightly. But you see it rolling back down this. If it breaks it, you see it rolling back down this, then it could be problematic if we get that move. We just fell in on that 4. But like I said, you can see what we're holding. The back test of the trend line. Our sandwich price action. Gotta love sandwich price action. Top bun, lower bun, I love it. We'll see. Please be kind and hit the like button. I need motivation. I'm motivated. Appreciation makes everyone feel motivated. So please be sure you did hit the like button. AVAX continues to look good over here. Near. Let me just add that other chart in here. Whatever that thing is. OG. I'm gonna do it off of perpetuals. Do it off of Mexi. Let's see if it's something I want to touch. Very new. That's for sure. It's a nice safe haven right here. And it's a pretty decent safe haven. I don't have any real levels for it. Pretty expensive. I'm going to post this. I'm going to actually go in and do a real charting on this. This is just scraps. It's not how I normally would do it, but it works. Very similar. Where are you at? So I will look back at this. Look at that Hemi boy. And it look like it pumped some more. That Hemi. No, it's still the same place. It's not a good time frame. I had to look back at that more seriously too. So I am at Down to Crypto TA on X. And this is the Coin King channel. And he's on X at the Coin King DA. D is in dog, A is in apple. And he's really an apple. COINKING, the Coin King on X. You also have Mr. CJ Bennett. I love his technical analysis. He's really good. And you have David Ayo. Two good analysts that I follow on X. Oh, crap. It didn't come back in yet. It did not, so nice alligator mouth. Up 121 for 22% off of this thing now. Off the new entry. I'm gonna kick myself for not putting more money on it. Dang. Dang. All right, it's 10 o'clock. I gotta go. I love you guys. I really appreciate you being here today. I hope that if you join me on saying, "Hey, I'm entering on this thing right here," that you, I don't know, maybe you made a solid decision too. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. If you did, we up. And if you did this one, because I sure didn't do it. When I said it looked like it was about to pump, it was off of this candle right here. Candle was green. I don't want to buy the green candle. I could have bought the green candle. And then, of course, the inverse head and shoulders right here. That would take it up into here. But then this thing might do whatever Astra's over there doing. Might do more. So you'd be looking to come up into here at least. Trying to break this resistance in here. I can't say you've really cleared it, as you can wick on it again, but got like 12 minutes over here. Your first closure outside of it, that can be confirmation, but it hasn't actually got a closure outside of it just yet. So far, it's just been like that. So pretty good resistance right here. If it goes for you, it goes for you. If you did take that, that would have been nice. That would have been nice. That would have been nice. And I'm just talking about it. I ain't even looking at it. But yeah, that would have been nice. Just didn't do it. I just didn't pull the trigger on it. But that would have been nice. So again, the measured move for the inverse right here would be coming back to this pivot in here. So getting back into here. But like I said, you don't have a closure outside of this just yet. So I can't say that this actually changed anything, because you can still leave the wick here. Got less than 12 minutes on it now. Our president is talking right now. It's supposed to be anyway. So I have to check. But that was nice. That was nice. I kind of regret not getting it, as this thing over here continues to rip. Oh, man. I just feel like throwing up because I didn't put that much money on it. 3 chances. I did a small amount there. I did a small amount on that one and another small amount on this one. Gosh. Anyway, I got to go. I appreciate you being here, joining moi. Hit that like button.